defense of the white minority vis-a-vis black majority who doesn't have access to this land.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkweli. Who's the next taker? It's, Honorable Flitan.
Do you want me to reply now, Mr. Chairman?
No,
Little such a big problem that we have in the country, in the way in which this president has just done. Reducing such hunger for land to the extent of saying that we must look at the Zille experience or offering or Mashaba's approach piecemeal. When we talk about millions of people who are landless, to what extent can a reasonable man compare Zimbabwe with South Africa on earth, except if a statement like that is made to insult the landless people of South Africa. You just can't compare the two. I would like to know from you where, what else is common besides the two countries being all in Africa. What is common between Zimbabwe and South Africa that to say that South Africa is likely to go that direction if we tackle this political problem in a proper way. You claim that most legitimate land claims of 1998 have been settled. But 2014, and we've got over 100,000 of them, which we got in the first 6 months. I would expect you to be knowing that as a lawyer. You suppress that information to give the false impression that there is less hunger for land in South Africa. Why do you do that? That's my second question. Why do you make a statement that suggests that there is less hunger for land? My last question is the South Africa's land ownership pattern is exceptionally skewed. It needs an exceptional approach, like no other country. Why do you keep on saying that we should not go for the exceptional way of treating an exceptionally skewed land pattern? Land pattern ownership. In South Africa. Why are you suppressing the legitimate and proper fundamental solution to a centuries old problem? What are you trying to get this country to with that kind of approach? I want answers from you here and now.
Thank you, Honorable Fujani. Honorable Swart.
Chair, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. As a lawyer, would you agree that Section 25, as it is presently formulated, allows for expropriation of land with reduced compensation and even in the possibility of zero compensation as it is presently formulated? And secondly, would you not suggest that a solution restitution with compensation. And one of the reasons why it hasn't succeeded is due to exorbitant prices asked, secondly, incapacity, thirdly, corruption, but you indicated that most of those have been settled, but my information is in fact that it's not so, that many of them have not been settled for various reasons. Is that not where one should first look at, which is a biblical basis of restitution with compensation? Thank you.
Honorable Smith.
I thought you forgot me. Thanks. Sir, my colleagues all have raised it. I'm just asking it for emphasis. When you started, I thought I heard you ask the question rhetorically, maybe. Why expropriate? If I'm correct in that, what alternative are you proposing? To address the very skewed land ownership in this country. If you say expropriation should, what must we do? Because I can tell you that everything else we've done, notwithstanding the corruption and all those things, has been very slow. So if we want to and so on, I accept. Are you saying expropriation is a total no?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, uh,
You like me to
Mr. Brian must do.
Yeah. Um, yeah. My answer to
I hope you have noted all the
well, I've tried.
okay. Sure.
Yeah. I, I think dealing with the first question which relates to um, the Ten Commandments and coveting somebody else's property. Um, all the arguments about what happened historically can be batted around, and we sitting here for the rest of our lives talking about who did what to whom, including the First Nation, who say you must consult them because we will came after them. So that argument is going to go nowhere. What we've got at the moment is a situation where we all live in this country and we all are alive. Whoever did anything to anybody who's already passed away, we cannot go to those people and claim whatever they did or did not do. We cannot restore what happened, what they might have done or did do or did else. So they've actually paid for it. If you take somebody and you say, listen, I'm going to take your property away and I'm going to pay you nothing. Because I think, although your property is worth 500,000 rand, according to me, somebody else must get it, and they must get it for nothing. A, you will impoverish the person who's got the property in the first place. So the 500,000 rand house owner who owns his house gets taken away and given to some other person, it becomes you impoverishing the first person and you benefiting the other person. So frankly, EWC, which was conceived by the EFF, is a non-starter in this country. It cannot work. It will never work, and it only causes problems. Okay, so that's a question of covenanting.
On a point of order, Chair.
Okay, sorry, I'm
On a
answering-
point
I'm
of
answering
order,
the
Chair.
Am I answering the
Chair, on a point of order. Chair, on a point of order. On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Filtana, wait,
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Mukwila, I'm dealing with another procedural matter. Honorable Filtana, it's wrong for you to use that language. It's not acceptable. Because there is your point of order?
You know, Chair, ne- eh, eh, when presenters come, especially white people, there is a tendency. Am I protected? Chair?
Make make your point of order on Will, I'm listening.
There is this tendency of them coming here and insult black people. On a very serious note,
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah. No, no.
this
Wait.
Point
Member,
this
wait.
man who is
Wait.
who this man who is sitting here, if you can read what he has written, his submissions,
Chairperson,
is
point of
totally
point
is
of order,
totally
Chairperson.
bad, guys. But
Point of
Yeah.
order,
What is the
do
point
I
of
have
wait.
that
On-
is
Honorable
on
Whaley,
order.
please make your point of
But
order.
you must tell her like you tell me
Yeah.
that I must keep quiet.
Opportunity.
Tell
Yeah.
her to keep quiet
Yeah.
because I'm in a point of
Uh,
order. Please, you must tell her to keep quiet. This
Oh,
woman.
Honorable Mukweli, make your point of order, please.
Yes,
We
sir.
need to rule and move.
I'm saying to you, Chair,
Yeah.
this guy that he has written in his document.
Okay.
It's a clear indication that he is totally undermining black people.
Okay.
He wanted to do the
Alright.
same now, and then he corrected
Yeah.
his way.
Okay.
You
Alright.
must tell him
Okay.
we are not afraid of
Honorable Mkhweli,
Chief. We are not
that's
afraid
not
of
a
you.
point of order, Honorable Mkhweli. It's your opinion.
We
You-
are
you
not
are
afraid of you.
agreeing
We
with
are
me.
going to take that
Let me
blame.
take a point of order.
Is
Without compensation.
Let me, was it not retro
yes,
President
I'm telling you, we are going to take it.
Alright.
Whether you like it or
Let's
not.
see a point of order. Honorable Mkhweli, it's wrong to use language that may be perceived to be
He's,
threat.
he's, he's doing the same also. He's doing the same
But-
also.
But you are an
We must confront these
You-
people.
you
Chair.
are
We cannot be afraid of them forever.
you
We
are
must confront them.
a member on Honorable Mkhweli.
this is
Honorable Mkhweli, you please refrain doing this and remember all the rules of Parliament apply. Members, remember all the rules of Parliament apply. Those that apply in the chamber to apply in committee meetings. Remember, just remember that in mind, and don't push rules that normally apply in the chamber in a committee meeting. It will be said and embarrassing. Honorable Lottery, you wanted to make a point of
Yes, still a point of order. You have said what I wanted to say, but there's an additional one. And Chairperson, we should realize we are here to listen to submissions and to ask questions for clarity, not to attack people. We have invited to come and do submissions and then to use racial aspersions to attack people and to threaten them. We are only here, even if we don't agree, if we don't like what the presenters are saying, it is not for us to tell them they are wrong. It is their opinion, and it is for us to later deliberate on it. So could you please make that ruling that we do not attack them?
point of order sustained. Presenters, as I said earlier, you are at liberty to make your opinions. Disagree as vehemently as you can. You are at liberty to that, and you are exercising your constitutional right, just like any other member sitting in this committee. There's no better right. Please conclude the session.
Chairman, I want to continue. Thank you very much. I want to continue to answer notice is that um, since 2004, right through to approximately now, the number of white farmers has reduced from something like 130,000 to about 43,000. Farms are becoming larger. There are more corporate farmers because farming is an expensive exercise. What some members do not seem to appreciate is that I don't want to be a farmer. It's the last thing I want to do. I don't know any farmers at the moment. I'm simply speaking from the point of view of a financial position. But if the farmers are becoming less, more black people are acquiring farms, and this is happening across the country, whether you expropriate or not, and those people are paying for their farms. They've got money, and they've also got capital. You cannot run a farm with no capital. And in fact, if you look at what's happened in South Africa, and I will respond to this in this way, that if you look in the Eastern Cape, KZN, in Limpopo, those areas which have never been under white farmers. If you look at the map, the map says this is subsistence agriculture. So very many of those people don't have the facilities, that they don't own the title deeds, to farm on a large scale, so it becomes a subsistence agricultural economy. Now, if we wanted to turn South Africa into a subsistence agricultural economy, we're going about it the right way. Exactly the right way. We're saying to people, there's a small piece of land run a cow or plant some maize or whatever it is, and then what will happen? What will happen is we will all starve, or our children will starve. It happens after us. So what we've got to say to ourselves is the country is transforming. Don't think it's not. Don't think by sitting in Parliament that the country is not transforming in favor of black people becoming farm owners. It's happening. And you don't have to interfere in it. It's happening.
Can you round up?
And secondly, yeah, sorry, I'll talk about farm workers. I've been saying that 1 million agricultural workers have lost their livelihood on farms, and are now living in towns. The responsibility for looking after them is now with the municipality. Those municipalities are collapsing, ladies and gentlemen. They are collapsing. And if we had not threatened the farmers, who we've threatened and threatened and threatened, and people have responded to that. So what I'm saying is, let's take the foot off the accelerator. Let's go back and say there is a constitution. This article, which I'm going to give you, explains exactly how land can be expropriated.
Mentioned that earlier on, Mr.
Mentioned that, yes,
Yeah.
but yeah. So the point
think in the interest of time,
Yeah.
we
Can I just I must answer Mr. Swart's comment, and there was a comment about
you only have a minute for that.
a minute for his question. Okay. He said that there is restitution available. I explained in my talk that there were a lot of examples, particularly in the urban space, where we need to extend housing.
One of for a share. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can we please move on? We're done with this man.
I'm trying to
Please.
answer the questions.
No, no,
Do
no.
I
No, no,
answer it, or do I just keep quiet?
Round up, Mr. Verster.
Mr. Chairman, um,
Honorable Mukweli, you are out of order.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize one last point, and that is in response to this question, and that is this. I have been accused in this house. I have been accused that is not what I'm here for. I'm here to say that I'm in good company. I'm in company with the governor of the Reserve Bank. I'm in company with Mr. Mumbo.
No,
I'm in company
Mr.
with a lot of people.
let's not let's not let's
And
not
who said-
focus on you.
and to be
Mm.
to be attacked for saying let's use the Constitution. The Constitution provides for this. If we if, if we undermine the Constitution, this is not the only part of the Constitution will undermine. By undermining property rights in the Constitution, you will undermine
Mr.
the
Vasto,
Constitution itself.
you are done.
All the other rights.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We take the opportunity to thank Mr. Masto for your arguments. It has enriched the process. Um, so we thank you very much for your interest and participation. Afra, you ready?
Mr. Chairman, may I hand up the copy of this article for the committees
The secretary will take it. Please, secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Master.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, committee.
Afra, are you here? position yourselves afro-
Eh, eh, do you want to share with us something?
Wanted to check, but it's okay. It was on the previous matter. But I would ask that our chairpersons assist us. You must excuse me if you see me going out here, because honestly speaking, I can't subject myself to this honorable members who are so rude, and we have missed an opportunity to get answers from progressive leaders here. Honorable Swart asked a question of which I wanted to hear an answer and couldn't, because these members were busy disturbing the presenter.
Yeah. No. Please, members. Uh, the, if you if you if you if you feel that the presenter doesn't say what you want, leave the presenter. There are some there are some of us that are interested. I think we sustain your point, Honorable Buttelis. Well done. I'm pointing you.
Lelo kubheka. I am with Mr. Ndabezinhle Ziqubu, and we are both from the Association for Rural Advancement. On behalf of the Association for Rural Advancement, we'd like to thank the committee for giving us an opportunity to express our views on the question of land, and it is indeed an honor to be here. The Association for Rural Advancement is a non-governmental organization established in 1979 to assist the marginalized Black people to resist forced removals. Since then, the organization has evolved and is now working towards an inclusive, gender equitable society where rights are valued, realized, protected, and is mainly focusing on farm dwellers. Our view in relation to the question at hand is whether recommendations that the committee makes or rather our view in relation to the question at hand is that whatever recommendation the committee makes, there has to be a certain way of going about it, and our contribution are there which are supported by what has been coming from the ground. The first proposal relates to the amendment of the Constitution. One of the issues with this current section is that there is no mention of the words expropriation without compensation. And in this regard, we are saying that in amending this section, it must be explicitly clear. Yes, land is indeed a form of property. However, to ensure that people's land rights are realized, protected, they, and they have secured tenure, we may want to look at the separation of the right to land from that of property, because for land reform to be realized, property such as jewelry and vehicles need not to be expropriated to achieve this. The high-level panel recommendations made reference reliance on the market value when determining the amount of compensation, which is only one factor in terms of section 25(3). Of the Constitution, and there has been no application of other factors which are current and historical use of property, its acquisition, the extent of state subsidy, and the purpose of expropriation. Therefore, it has been argued that if one had to apply all of the above factors in the subsection, one can actually arrive at zero compensation. This is because section 25(3) talks to a just and equitable amount, and zero rand can be that amount. So our plea is that if the recommendation is to amend section 25 of the Constitution, while that is done, section 25 as it stands needs to be tested by applying all of these factors to see if zero compensation can be reached. A practical example would be the case of labor tenants in relation to the land that they are currently already occupy and use this land. Moreover, the landowner does not derive any direct benefits from that piece of land. We are therefore of the view that these are the types of occupiers that can be a test case for expropriation without compensation in the current constitution. The extension of security of Kenya Act 3 of 1996, as well as the Labor Tenant Act 62 of 1997 form parts of a process which is aimed at achieving land reform. However, as per the high-level panel findings, this process has been slow. In order to fast-track this process, solutions to be reached. And in order to achieve land reform, in finding these long-term sustainable solutions, we are calling for a much deeper conversation on the issue. And all the processes initiated by the committee have opened up that conversation. What people need on the ground is the implementation of land reform. And for this to happen, they need to be an inclusive and constructive process. This process should encompass multi-stakeholders, which will include people on the ground themselves as they are faced with the different situations on the ground. All relevant government departments, academics, as well as experts. In conclusion, the Association for Rural Advancement is of the view that this inclusive process should pick up from where the high level panel left off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is your colleague
very eloquent paper. Um, and you make an interesting point. I think it's only the first time that we received that in this form. The pages are not marked, but it would be page 5. The one where you've got the different options. The one where you say in this instance no compensation, and then the second instance partial compensation under certain circumstances, and the third component would be full market compensation. So that's a very interesting notion that we haven't seen. All I want to ask was, in the last one where you say full compensation can be paid, you start off by saying it was acquired after 27 April 1997. I'm not sure about the date. Why 1997, or are you referring to the election, the first election of 1994? I'm not sure about that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you very, very much for a very helpful submission. You've dealt with a number of issues which are, and you've made various proposals. What I'd like you just to reaffirm is one of your proposals is a test case for expropriation without compensation. And myself as a lawyer, and I've hear you say. You quote from it. The panel is of the view that the government has not used the powers it already has to expropriate land for land reform purposes effectively, nor use the provisions of the Constitution that allow compensation below market value, rather than recommend, and then the panel says that the government should use its expropriation powers under Section 25 as it is. So would you are you supportive of that view, or is it purely one of your proposals? And then lastly, the issue of your proposal going forward is of further discussions, a much deeper discussion. This is, and I agree with you, a very complex issue. It's a very emotional issue, and I would like you to just unpack as the Association for Rural Advancement, how you would see the process going forward, given the high emotions around it, and given the need for nation building, for justice and restitution, but at the same time for nation building, for reconciliation, and for peacemaking in our nation. Thank you.
relates to the test case and also perhaps just, I think I'm linking to what the Honourable Swart said is the time or the chronology that are you in favour of the test case first being heard and then we have that deep discussion or exactly how do you see the process, or how would you like to see the process? And then just a question on you refer to the transfer of land to tenants. That transfer of land what would be the form of the transfer? Would that be full ownership with title deed on that particular land? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Really challenging presentation intellectually, so to speak. And hence I've got this question. Young as it does that, does the presentation from young people. On paragraph 3 proposals. Um, you say another option would be the separation of land from the right to property. suggestion as an option. Why? Now, question is, who must retain permanent ownership of the land? If you separate land reform from the right to property, noting that you've chosen a very strong word, right to property, but to say don't own it, rather be take a subservient option, not owning it, just push your land reform. If I understand your suggestion well, who must remain the owner of the land? Secondly, who must take the subservient option of rights, like someone who has got to take, who has got to be a lessee. Who is supposed to do that? Given the context of the motion that we are busy with, in Parliament, which is what we have offered to come and make a a contribution to. Who we're talking about people who have got land, and we're talking about the landless. take care, you know, were less than ownership. Would that option really stabilize the situation, given the land grabs which have now even spilled over to rural areas where I come from. There are people who have started attacking people's milk fields in large numbers. They come out of town, they just occupy, and they say, we're here to stay. It's happening less than 6 kilometers from my rural village. Come out of Baraweth and they just attacking. Now, who are these people who must not have real rights in land in South Africa? You must have pictures of some people that you propose should be denied permanently, and would that stabilize the South African situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I shall be short. Thank you for the presentation. In your presentation, you rely heavily on the high-level panel report. But when I go to the proposals, you are in favor of amending the Constitution. Am I correct to assume that you are in favor of amending the Constitution section 25,
before these processes or after, there has to be a clarity to confirm whether indeed Section 25 is not an impediment to achieving land reform.
Makbek, khatid. Ukuhlehla nje kancane kwemike khona sizokuthola kahle amagama. I was just asking it to project properly on the mic. There's, we can't hear properly.
Further, this particular section has caused a lot of debates. So, in order to get that clarity, we are calling for a test case, and we are of the view that labor tenants who currently occupy the land are good for that test case.
that will not get compensation, and I think the, 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 the reference we're making here is in relation to farm dwellers or labor tenants. They are currently occupying the land. They are using it for different land use purposes, and farmers are not getting any compensation. I mean, they are not getting any profit as they are not using that land for agricultural purposes. So our belief is that when land that is occupied by labor tenants is transferred to labor tenants, they will know, they will not be any compensation that has to be paid. A partial compensation, I think this relates to the categories that are also outlined in the Constitution. I think it's section 25(3), if I'm not mistaken, where there is talk of different elements that need to be considered in terms of paying compensation. When we look at those elements, some of the elements will warrant that partial compensation be paid. Maybe if I can make a reference, in cases some of them will not be will get partial compensation and others will not, and others will get full compensation. So if we apply those elements, all of them, we I think that's what we are saying can be realized, that some will have compensation, some will not have compensation, and others it will be full or partial. And in terms of the test case, as my colleague has indicated, we are saying labor tenants can be a test case currently, and we are also proposing that while the process of amending the Constitution is initiated, if that is what is going to eventually happen, let us at the same time test the current section as it stands, because our belief is that expropriation without compensation can be achieved with the current constitution. So let us test that while we are what uh, 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 will be required in terms of ensuring that that process is initiated, but we are, I think that's the proposal we are making, and whatever processes that need to be in place before the test case is put before court. Let's engage around those processes and then take the test case on. In terms of question number 4, which I think talks about the separation of land from other property. I think what we are drawing attention to here is that if we talk of property, that's very general, and land is part of property. And since we are focusing on land, in this discussion, I think that's what we were maybe emphasizing, that let's message that was received from what we were saying is that we were saying that there are people who get full ownership and others should not get full ownership. In terms of transferring land to landless people, I think people have been through a lot in terms of challenges relating to land and particular people who are living on farms. They have been there's a lot of uh, challenges that they have been through, and for them, secure tenure know if it's you or it's or Mr. Melder on the time factor, like yeah.
Yes, I just go back to that chairperson. Uh, the colleague referred to the three different categories. It's on page 5. And then the third one says, in these circumstances, land where full market compensation can be paid. Then it says in the first line, it was acquired after 27 April 1997. I want to ascertain why 1997 is it maybe a typo. The 27 April to me indicates maybe 1994. I'm not sure why 1997. If you can just assist, please.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I think it was just a typo we referring to. Yes, yes. Thank you. Uh,
Can I just my assumption
you know why I'm doing this? You still have a, a bit of time.
my assumption that you are not against the change of section 25 for clarity. Is that correct? You haven't replied.
a situation where the amendment, or rather a recommendation, is taken that this section be amended, or it is not amended. Whatever decision that is taken will not resolve the current situation, because in one of the high-level panel recommendations, or what we have experienced from the ground is that the problems are much deeper than that. Hence, we are calling for a multi-stakeholder engagement that will be giving us an opportunity to answer these questions. And this multi-stakeholder engagement would include the people on the ground, because as forgotten as they are, they are the ones who hold the answers. We cannot say that we are certain that they want title, or they want to be future farmers. But if they are involved in these processes at grassroots
much for having us here today. Um, I'm briefed on behalf of the Johannesburg Attorneys Association. And I'll tell you briefly what the organisation is about. They're the largest voluntary organisation to represent attorneys in Johannesburg and represent over 2,500 members of all races. And our submission will deal with a number of points. Firstly, we want to emphasize that as lawyers, we care deeply about justice. And one of the most important parts of justice is restoring past wrongs. And so we emphasize this importance of land restitution. The idea that if your land was stolen from you, it ought to be restored to you, and that any just society must have a compensatory mechanism in place to ensure that the justice of the past are righted. So that is our starting point. We will then turn to look at the scope of the inquiry before this committee and what powers it has to recommend any possible changes to the Constitution. firstly, with regards to the scope of the inquiry. This committee has done a tour of the country and asked the public and a number of organizations to present submissions for a narrow question. That narrow question is, should the Constitution be changed to allow for the expropriation of land without compensation? Now, Section 25 of our Constitution deals with a much broader category, being property. This means that no recommendation could be made to change anything in the property clause of the Constitution that would interfere with any property rights whatsoever, except for land, because of the narrowness of this inquiry. With regards to international law, so South Africa was a founding member of the United Nations, and there are a number of different number of different treaties in place and in customary international law which deal with this question of what powers states have to expropriate land. Now, firstly, necessary to go through privately held land, and a seller may not want to sell, and therefore the state will have to expropriate. What international law says is that you must pay adequate compensation. Now, if we removed a requirement of compensation in our constitution, in other words, if no compensation was offered for the case of land, this would be a flouting of international law. So these are the two sort of concerns that we have. So, with regards to some of the other concerns that must be taken into account, the first is with regards to how much money has been dedicated towards this process of land reform and land restitution. So if we look at the most recent budget, we see that only 0.3% of the budget has been dedicated towards this important process of land reform. The amount is roughly 5.6 billion rand, which is basically a rounding error when we look at the entirety of the budget, which is roughly 1.3 trillion rand. So, if this is a concern for South Africans, and this is the hottest issue in public discourse at the moment, then it is dedicate the correct amount of resources to it. In other words, the way to solve this problem is to ensure that those people who have had their land taken away from them are given adequate compensation, um, and that those people that need adequate housing are addressed in that regard. And one way to do that is to increase the budget. The other thing that must be taken into account is the real interests of South Africans. So if we look at polling that is being done by the South African Institute for Race Relations, we see that when South Africans are asked what are the major issues for you, what are your primary concerns, first of all, they list unemployment. That figure of concern is close to 40%. Then it's service Constitution, which has been amended 17 times, the Bill of Rights has never been amended. The Bill of Rights is one of the most sacred portions of our Constitution. And I think we ought to have enormous pause before amending the Bill of Rights, especially when there are other measures that can be done. Next, I think we must, while recognizing that restitution is important, the mechanism that's used to do that restitution matters enormously. And we must bear in mind the needs of all South Africans and the damage that can be done by using certain mechanisms. So the concern with expropriating property without compensation is that you undermine a very important right. And if we look at the economic devastation that has occurred around the world from states that have tried this before, we find that it's not only to those that held land, it's to the entire population. So if we look at what's happened to our neighbour in the north in Zimbabwe, if we look at what's happened in Venezuela, we see in Venezuela, for example, that one of the most prosperous countries in South America has been rendered a basket case that people are fleeing the country in droves. Give you an example of this. There's a famous because they have so dramatically interfered with property rights there. So the signal that will be sent to the international community as well as one is, you know, as an international investor, you can invest in any part of the world. You don't have to pick South Africa. And someone that acts in their own self-interest would want to invest in a country where their land rights are secure. So, as much as there is a noble end here, which is to ensure that there is, you know, great access to land, and that those that have had that land stolen from them are properly compensated. The mechanism may be much worse. We don't want medicine that's worse than the poison. We must also recognize that farming is a highly technical job. That's government in a recent case bought up 264 farms in the Eastern Cape for the purposes of redistribution towards new farmers, and only 26 of those farms are still fully functioning. So 10%, which means that 90% failure rate. You know, if you're going to have redress, if you're going to hand people land, you need to do so in a manner which is sustainable. You know, farming is sort of become a much more scientific process over time that must be 1.8 million individuals have received compensation for land that was taken from them in the land claims court process. 1.8 million individuals is a large number. And we know that 92% of those individuals elected to take money instead of land. And one of the reasons is because money is fungible. Money is freedom. Money means that you're not stuck in a rural area having to learn how to farm. You can use that money to start a business, to pay for your debts, to invest. So that's important, and this is a solution that can be used for remaining claims, which is to use the existing land claims process. The other thing that many other people have said is that you ought to be conferring title. So those people that have been occupying land for a long period of time without uncertainty, with the uncertainty of whether they'll be able to remain there, should be granted title deeds. The importance of title is that it can transferable. You can borrow against it. So we need to have more security of title over land as opposed to less. The other thing is to use the current constitutional powers that are in place in down to 0 rands. You can also look at the purpose of the expropriation. If the purpose of the expropriation is to benefit people that are in need of land, that's going to play a role in determining what price is ultimately paid. And finally, the use of the property is also going to play a value in the price. So I would say that the Constitution in its current form provides ample powers to government, and that must be taken into account. Before I conclude, just as a matter of how to engage with questions, we are very happy to engage with questions. I would just ask if it's possible for them to be on a one-to-one basis so that I can answer each one coherently, as opposed to taking a round of questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we cannot grant you a different approach to other presenters. So you'll just have to bear with us. Yes. Members, Honorable Swart, Honorable Rodri, Honorable Mukwele, Honorable Filtani, and
various lawyers that are saying that it is necessary to amend the Constitution for clarity's sake. Would you not suggest that the Constitutional Court test case be brought to give clarity as to the parameters of Section 25 as it presently stands, given the data that exists and some members of the committee are saying we need to amend the Constitution to bring clarity. Is it not? Would that not be an easier step to go to the court and let the court give clarity so everybody knows what the position is? Thank you so much.
There are three questions there. If it's available for me to answer the three, because they are reasonably complicated.
Johannesburg Tenants. You are going to listen to all the questions. Please note what they are saying and then respond.
Could I just remind the presenter that if there's not enough time, you can supplement.
You can also
Through the
yeah.
chair, supplement in writing if necessary as well.
Yes. Okay. Honorable Roderick.
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, thank you for the presentation. I also want to ask a question on the international law. you did say that we would be flouting international law if adequate compensation is not paid. Could you just expand a bit more on your understanding of, in terms of international law, what adequate would be vis-a-vis just an equitable compensation as is foreseen within the Constitution, and what you would think would happen within the international context. Should we make a case that it could be zero? Thank you.
Now, Honorable Filton, or it's Mu-
Thank you very much, Chair. In your presentation, page 5 of it, under section reason not to amend the Constitution. You did mention that the country has a dark history of land theft. In your case as a lawyer, how do you deal with or how do you deal with it? If I come to your court and then I accuse Honorable Chair for stealing my pen. Honorable Louis, for stealing my pen. Do I have to compensate him for doing that? For stealing my property. And again, in your presentation, I think I just received your presentation. I just browsed through it. But I think, yeah, in page 6 of it, you did mention of failed programs of expropriation of land, of which, according, if we have time, I will tell you that those projects, they didn't fail. It is the system that made them to fail. Now, why always you do mention Zimbabwe and Venezuela, but you don't tell us about the positive be as Venezuela and as Mozambique, eh, eh, rather Zimbabwe. Um, thirdly, you did mention that 92% of people that were compensated during the land redistribution decided to take cash. In your analysis, as the status quo of the country, how can you give a legal perspective to that? Why this poor people decided to take cash? One, is it because they took cash because of the poverty-stricken environment that they are living in? Two, It's the last question, but I must ask him questions.
I know, but
Yeah. Last question.
you're not being oppressed. It's only
Last
you are
question.
freedom is
You are
is
wasting time yourself.
Mm. Okay.
I'm 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 asking
Please,
him
please,
according to the thing. Last question that I want to ask you is that um, you did mention that our people are moving from the poor rural areas. Let me tell you, our areas, uh, our villages are not poor, are very rich. The reason why they move from where they were relocated by the group areas act is because they are moving because they were put on a barren land. That is why they are moving to towns. And the reason why they they see towns as as a better place is because of the apartheid spatial development play. So as a legal person, how then are you going to make sure, or are you going to advise Parliament when we take our decision to deal with this matter? Last want to check your affiliation. You said you are representing plus minus 1.2 1,200 members. Can you,
Honorable Fitan,
yeah, whatever number.
the chance
Eh, eh, eh,
is yours now.
In terms of race, can you analyze to us? Can you tell us how many black people are in your association and how many not necessarily in numbers? You can make a rough estimate of percentage
Thank
and how many whites.
Honorable Fitan,
Thank you, Chair. Does international law override our constitution? That's my first question. Simple as all that. Trust that they would sacrifice complying with our constitution just so that we honor an international agreement. That's the purpose of the question. Second one is um, as land reform, that is programs that help people. As different from the right to own land, pure restitution without paying anything. So you're looking at it purely from saying to purchase so much land. Your budget as government is too small. You're not looking at it from the perspective of advancing pure cause of restitution, which could require zero budget. That's why I want to, I'm asking you whether you would agree with me that it's because you're looking at the purchase price. Thirdly, you're talking about the fact that property ownership is undermined. Now, you probably know that there's very few people own large amounts of land, and many people own very little or no land at all. Now, would you agree with me when I say that this is a totally selfish protection of the minority rights or right to own the majority of South Africans. Would you agree with me that you just look at it from the perspective of the few who own land? Understanding, because you went further to say this has got a negative impact on the economy. Understanding that the economy is driven or is influenced to a large extent by an asset known as land. In other words, whichever way it has got consequences. Lastly, very brief one. Very brief. Thank you, Chair. Has it ever occurred to you that one of the reasons why people choose cash over land when it comes to restitution is because of a deeply eroded culture of cultivating land. Something that stretches for centuries. Has it ever occurred to you that that could be one of the reasons,
you know, you, you on page 5, although it's not marked. You say, you talk about the 92% that choose cash. And you make a bold statement. This shouldn't come as much of a surprise because money translates to freedom. I would argue that that is absolutely not true. The entire struggle in this country for freedom was about land. That's the point that I'm making, that it was about land. It was not about money. And secondly, sir, I think the real reason why we are asking about access to land is about the dignity. When we went around the country, people spoke about their dignity. So don't reduce this exercise to money, because money can never buy the dignity of many farm workers who can't bear it, or whose ancestors burial places have been taken by mines. So don't reduce it to freedom. That's the first point that I want to make. The second point, sir, You don't need to change the constitution because Mashaba in Johannesburg is expropriating. And everybody else. You come to us and you say to us to do that will flout international law. So are you suggesting to us that Mashaba and Zilla are flouting international law? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. We are done with you. Okay. Johannesburg can you respond?
Yes. Okay. Um, so let's look at this question around dignity and freedom. So I think one of the advantages of money is that it can be used to purchase land, but it can be used to purchase any number of things. So, in other words, it is a more it may be that they would like land that just wanted somewhere else. You raise another important point, which is that sometimes that specific land really matters, because as you say, there's a burial ground there, or there's some other intimate connection with that particular piece of land. And I think as far as possible in the restitution process, that land should be restored to that person. But when we look at this question of dignity, it cuts across both lines. In other words, if we have someone who legitimately owns land, and the state takes it from them without paying them anything for it, there has been an invasion of their dignity. And this will cut across color lines. So if the recommended change is to cohere with the rest of our constitution, bear in mind that section 1 of our constitution says that South Africa is a nation founded on the value of non-racialism. That any change to the constitution will then be done in a non in our submission we say that the current constitution allows for the payment of zero constitution of zero compensation in some cases. So, for example, the Harbour's powers in the city. So, what we know is that the starting point is what is the market value, and then you can adjust up or down. So, for example, you may have something that has no market value, given the size of the land or the location of the land. In other words, in that case, just on that factor alone, you could pay zero. You may also find that the nature in which it was acquired. So, for example, case was given of if a piece of land was directly stolen, well then I think you have all the reasons in the world to pay zero compensation. If someone directly stole something from you, you don't compensate them for it. But this is a point that I think needs to be elaborated on properly. So, if we have the case that was illustrated, which is that property is stolen by someone, you can identify who it was, then they must return it, and they must not receive any compensation whatsoever. But if we have a different case, so I'll go through a couple of different degrees of complexity, and also we must bear in mind that South Africa can look abroad to other countries who've had to deal with this direct thief. In other words, if you were a Nazi, we're not going to pay you anything. That would be unjust to pay anything. We're going to restore the property without compensation. That's just an our constitution allows that. However, it gets more complicated if you are someone who purchased that property many degrees down the line. So, in other words, you had no knowledge of the theft. Maybe you've even bought a portion of it, and it was retransferred and retransferred and retransferred. You are an innocent bystander. Now, I think it's important as well when we look at this case that we don't say, well, you look like a perpetrator, and you look like a victim, because of your race, and therefore the transfer should be done on that basis. In other words, we cannot make these broad claims that white people stole the land and black people must be the beneficiaries. What we must look at is individuals that stole the land and individuals that were stolen from, and justice must be done between those two sets of people. So the idea that we could say that all people who have a particular level of melanin in their skin are equally vicious and equally land thieves. Well, that goes against what our constitution demands, which is this value of non-racialism. So, for example, there's going to be an enormous amount of difference um, between people in this country who fled Nazis, like my grandparents who came to this country in 1933 with the clothes on their back. You know, people who have arrived in this country from various different parts of the world with pray to different gods, speak different languages, all who happen to have the same level of melanin, and to clump them together as land thieves would be inappropriate. With regards to, as I said, this idea of minority protections, well, we ought to care.
Or a point of privilege, whatever order or privilege that you can give me.
On which point?
Because I
On which point?
I don't know whether it will be a privilege or it will be no. I, 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 I want to check with the presenter when he's presenting. He alluded that when they deal with the case of thief, theft, there is a process that they follow. Now, in 175. I'm giving an example. These are the beneficiaries of this plot. It's a fact Renali Mabitla and other things that is in that plot. It was taken when you follow the history, people will give you how was it taken. And then when he give a narrative to say people bought land, we can still argue share that everybody who came looking the same as he looks. To South Africa. He never brought any land with. So those ones are the ones that are regarded as land thieves.
Can I assist this situation? I don't think Gorge will be fair to engage on that issue because it appears to be a point of debate. And the gentleman from the Johannesburg Tenants is trying to respond to questions from members. And what whatever that point was, let's pack it. Honorable Mukweli, and give the gentleman opportunity to continue.
I'll turn to some of the questions regarding international law. So, as I say, what we have is a situation which is that all states are granted the power to expropriate. And in terms of international law, the question is that you must pay appropriate compensation. Now, states are given some latitude to determine what appropriate compensation is, and our state, for example, has set that out in our constitution. So we know how this process will be done, and that there is a fact-finding mission in regards to each particular case. You work out, what is this worth? How is it acquired? What is it going to be used for? We also, our courts make use of the thing called the Pont Gorge principle, which is the idea that if you have the state seeking to expropriate land from a land owner, that's then again, we can use all these other factors which are good just factors to determine whether compensation will be due. So, in the case, for example, which Michelle has talked about, is this idea of looking at inner city buildings that have been abandoned. One way in which you could pay 0 rands in compensation is to use the Constitution. So to say, well, is there any debt owned on this building? So if you've had a building that's been abandoned in the inner city for 20 years, it may be that the rates owned on that building outstrip its value, in which case the state can expropriate and pay 0 compensation because it is owed more than the value of the land. So doing so in such an instance would be appropriate compensation and would not be a flouting of international law. However, if there is a piece of land that is valuable, that was justly acquired, then to pay 0 compensation in that instance would not be just and equitable in terms of our Constitution. It would not be appropriate in terms of international law. That person need to do as South Africans is say never again. Never again shall the poor and the vulnerable be subject to the demands of the state and for the law to be utilised against them to perpetrate further injustice. It's important that the law is used in a just manner. Now, on this point as well, I think it's important that when drafting a law, we must bear in mind that positions of power change over time. So, for example, in America, Republicans and Democrats change office on a very frequent basis. And they always bear in mind that the remedies that they craft in law are like weapons which can be used against them by their by their opponents across the aisle. And of course, this must be borne in mind by all parliamentarians. That if the Constitution is changed, if the Bill of Rights is changed for the first time ever to allow for expropriation without compensation, there is no guarantee that in the future, even if now those that make that change have very just ends in mind, that it will be done so in the future.
Can you
that there is this concern that if a change is made, it'll be utilized as a weapon against those that want to use it for good, and that is something that must be borne in mind. We do know that South Africa is governed by multiple range of different political parties who may use it in all sorts of ways. It will not always be the noble that expropriate. They may use it as a weapon to punish people. They who don't share their political views or their ethnic backgrounds. That must be borne in mind. With regard to the concerns about breaching international law, well, what we may have is a situation of South Africa being taken to international tribunals if land is taken
Center for Development and Enterprise. I hope that is the correct title. Center for Development and Enterprise. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You are alone. Okay. Are you alone? Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and honourable members for the opportunity to address you. I think you've probably had your fill of lawyers and um, bankers, and I know you have spent a lot of time listening to frustrated South Africans with our land reform program. I come to you as an development organization and a development expert, and that's the perspective from which I will try and make a contribution today. So South Africa is a country with 50% of its population living in poverty, with probably the deepest unemployment crisis of any country that we know of. Some 860 people join the queues of unemployed every single
have and what you are trying to do. I'm going to make four big points. The first concerns the Centre for Development and Enterprise, which I lead, and our commitment to land reform. In our view, South Africa must deal with the historical injustices around land, and we need to do this in a way that improves the lives of rural people who have been so badly served for so long. As an organization, we are energetically engaging with the private sector to understand and enhance their contribution to land reform in this country. And we are certainly willing and eager to help South Africa succeed in this difficult area. It's easy to attack the government for its lack of success, and they should certainly be held accountable in this area. But I think it's also important to appreciate what a difficult task of coordination, competing rights, technical expertise, and many other dimensions are involved in land reform in any country. Now, in 2005, 13 years ago, we started doing work on land reform in South Africa. And for the next 4 years, we devoted ourselves almost entirely to understanding what was happening in the country, what was preventing success, the nature of government policy and capacity, and how the private sector could play a greater role in helping the country to deliver on land reform. This process culminated in 2008 with a major set of recommendations delivered on behalf of business leaders to the president and the big business working group, to the head of the policy in the presidency, and with his help to the key directors general throughout the government. Unfortunately, the recommendations we made, which were a stretch for the private sector at the time, were not implemented by the new government that came in 2009. The second point I want to make is that South Africa's failure to implement a successful land reform program has nothing at all to do with the Constitution. is struggling in South Africa for a number of reasons. Some land was transferred through the redistribution program, but that is mainly ground to a halt now. Some land has been bought by black South Africans through the market. It's hard to know the scale of this, but that has been increasing. The restitution program has helped some communities get their land back and given cash to many others through their choice. I might add, but through bad management and policy choices, this area of restitution has now become an enormous and unmanageable situation that needs urgent intervention, else it will take decades and decades to resolve. The important issue of tenure reform has essentially failed to make any real progress. By far the largest contribution to these challenges that we face have been the capacity is exceptionally weak with respect to all the skills and competence required with respect to land reform. From buying land successfully and not at inflated prices to providing support to new farmers, to choosing private sector consultants who are not themselves crooks. The lack of support for new farmers means that at least half of the current land reform beneficiaries have not been made better off after receiving land. And all these problems are compounded by the collapse and dysfunction of many local governments across South Africa. In all of this, we would argue it is not the Constitution that is holding back the progress of land reform. Former Justice L.B. Sachs has put forward his firm view that the Constitution does not prevent accelerated land redistribution. Far from being a barrier to radical land redistribution, the Constitution in fact requires and facilitates extensive and progressive programs access and prevent abuse. The third point I want to make. In South Africa today, successful land reform cannot be achieved without the participation of existing commercial farmers. Because of our history, like it or not, the most potent source of capacity of know-how and ability to get things done in rural South Africa resides in commercial agriculture. And a range of private sector participants from large and medium-sized farmers to big farming companies and some specially created private sector organizations devoted to land reform have over the past 10 to 15 years made a contribution and developed expertise in identifying and then working with new black farmers to access land to get established and start to succeed in different sectors of the agricultural economy. So they're already involved in land reform donate land and be part of ensuring the success of new or newly commercial farmers. Undermining property rights through an amendment to the Constitution will put an immediate halt to this important and positive dynamic. So if we want successful land reform, where beneficiaries are better off afterwards. And if you want rapid and steady expansion of black participation as owners, as managers, as producers in commercial agriculture, it is absolutely vital not to destabilize these commercial farmers and their organizations through a mass program of expropriation. My fourth point, sir. Land reform needs to be seen in a broader context. Land reform can be an important part of, but should not be confused with the rural development strategy for South Africa today. This country has never had a properly conceived rural development strategy. We've done terrible things to rural people. we have never thought seriously about what is the role of rural South Africa in the 21st century. The second point about context is that we are an urbanizing society. We are already around 70% urbanized. And most South Africans, from all the evidence we have, most South Africans do not want to farm, but they do need a secure place to stay. These are different things. So in our view, we have to turn much more attention in the society to how we manage our cities, to dramatically expand opportunities for poorer people, and those migrating into the cities, so that we create places of hope for everybody. Urban land reform is a key part of urban management. There's much to be done here. And the society and government should spend much more time thinking about this, how to provide secure tenure, access to housing without expanding And again, here the role of the private sector is absolutely critical as a partner with the public sector in order to help fund and develop housing and urban development. So let me conclude, Mr. Chairman. In our view, South Africa needs increased investment in agriculture, in our cities and across the country. This can only happen if the private sector is incentivized to invest. It's important to note that some of the most important of our four investment ambassadors your time is 2 seconds, sir. Our investment ambassadors have noted the difficulty of attracting investment domestically and overseas if property rights are on the table and a constitutional amendment is being thought of.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Members, there you have the presentation.
You said the president has subsequently reiterated that land reform would unfold within a clear legal framework and would not affect economy. Economic growth. So I want to check with you. If he said so, what will then if we amend the constitution to allow expropriation of land without compensation. Affect economic growth because the reason why I'm saying this is because land is not needed only for economy. And then um, in your page 3 again, bulletin number 2. Recipients of land that is expropriated without compensation may not be able to benefit from the value of the land that they receive. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying they want benefit? What is land in your opinion? Is land a object that is only used for economy, or is land a dignity? Another issue, you said you engage with private companies or private institutions. So what make you think that if we want our land, because we have never engaged with those communities that were dispossessed of their land. What then make you think that the only Africans do not want to become farmers. The vast majority of people want a secure place to stay and access to employment. The nature, location, and volume of land, Tanga, let me leave that. So, in your in your mind, right? You think that the dispossessed, the only thing that they can think of is to work. There's nothing beyond employment. We cannot have access to land because we are lazy in thinking. And if we access this land, as the majority, the economy will be affected. Now, in your in your in your thinking capacity, because you have made it clear that you have never engaged with the people. You only engage with private sector.
and the consumer. And that's my point of departure. Now talking about incentivizing gap, you know, with the private sector, I immediately thought of the wonderful job the wonderful growth that our economy would enjoy if more people had more land on which building could take place. Compare a house in any suburb in South Africa, the size of that house, with the size of a shack. And can you imagine the labor that would be that is involved in building a house? The amount of material, the consumption of materials, the labor, and so on. But because millions of people have got no land, they single-handedly build a shack and needing probably just two, three pieces of material, the zinc and the wood and nails. That's all. Now, whereas if more people had more land, they could build bigger houses. Now, I want you to respond to that. Currently, the construction industry contributes close to 4% to the GDP. narrow sight to say that we must respect our culture, which takes me to my second point. Now, you're probably aware that the amount of food that is produced in South Africa is mainly done by a tiny percentage of commercial farmers, for that matter. 2, 3 years ago, this was reported to be no more than 3% of commercial farmers that feed, that produce over 90% of the food we eat in South Africa. Position may have changed, but I don't think this has changed a lot. Now, you are confining this large issue to tiny agriculture, and this reminds me, in finishing, in closing, of the painful experience I had when I was in Canada. It was the end of September, when I told that when people moved in there and found the First Nation already occupying Canada, those people from Europe came and wanted to offer themselves, to offering themselves as fathers. They would say to people, I'll be your father, I'll live after you. And now you are saying that South Africans were landless. Instead of amending the Constitution so that they can have the freedom and federal access to land, they should come under this father for life. These commercial farmers who do not have a record of supplying excess food to starving South Africans. And this is the direction you pushing us. Am I right or wrong? The answer is in your hand.
Honorable Bigman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask a question, not making a speech. A lot of the focus in these hearings was on rural land and agricultural land. But the biggest challenge the next 10 years for the country is urbanization. There's going to be a lot of more people moving to the cities. The pull and push factors. Now, my question is, what mechanisms can be used to ensure that we make more land available on a much more quicker basis? There's been some proposals for unused land, unproductive land, buildings that's not been used, owners that's left the country. Those three indicate this. Can we use that? And what do you propose dealing with that? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just 3 points. Mr. Bernstein, thank you very much for your presentation. At some point, you indicated that, and I agree with you, that the current farming community are the best place to they will sabotage us. Is that what you're suggesting? Secondly, you somewhere in your papers say that the restitution redistribution process is in a shambles because of a whole host of things, and we agree, all of us agree, and it's going to take a very long time. So if we don't do something different, must our people, all people, wait for this very long time that you are suggesting is going to happen? Because I'm asking that question because we know that land has been the source of intergenerational wealth. So some people must wait for a very long time because of something that's not their fault. And therefore, this intergenerational wealth is going to be denied of them. Please comment on that one. And then the third point that I want to make, ma'am, and let's assume we all agree with what you are saying, that the Constitution in its current form doesn't impede. Is there any harm in putting a sentence that makes it very explicit and uncontestable? Is there what is already there. Ngiyabonga, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Uh, ma'am, you can respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and some important questions. Look, the different land needs across South Africa as we see them. There are some communities that because of apartheid of in very crowded circumstances, and people would like to farm and are able to farm, and they need some access to more land. So the pockets of those we should identify those. There are people who parts of the former Bantustan areas that used to be incredibly crowded, that now, because of urbanization, there is land lying fallow. We've just published an article today by two noted historians who have done intensive research demonstrating this, which was news to me. So I think that's important as well. Why is it fallow? What prevents people using this land? What is going on? I don't claim to know. So I think the different land needs across the country On the other hand, if you think of the urban land need, which the President has also said is in more compelling in some ways, and I agree with that. I think we've got to think about this in a number of ways. So there are people in the inner cities of the big metros where individuals and private sector funding are leading to greater density in traditionally one family household sort of suburbs. We're getting 30 people on a plot. We're getting landlord entrepreneurs doing this. We need to encourage this, and we need to support it with whatever public services are required. So I can see a way of densifying the cities, which might be rental, it might be ownership, but it's not land in the traditional sense. For a long time, we've said we should release more land as well located as possible around in urban areas, which is not being utilized, whether it's owned by the state and the kind of thing that the mayor of Johannesburg is starting to explore. We would support that kind of thing. So that you can, in the urban areas, you can start thinking less about land and more about people's need for a secure place to stay and access limited, so let me pull out the big theme. The way we understand property rights is not that the small, the commercial farmers should hold South Africa to ransom. That's not what we're saying at all. I think if you read the submission of BASA, the Banking Association of South Africa, and if you think back to what Mike Brown of Nedbank was saying, and BASA was saying, they're saying that you touch property rights, so that it might be a perception so that people feel that they're insecure. They will stop investing. So one of the senior investment ambassadors said to me, I've walked the streets of London, and every time I was asked about land, we haven't even started to do anything. We just, your committee is reviewing it. Investors are nervous. So the issue isn't that commercial farmers should hold South Africa to ransom. To my mind, the issue is South Africa has to, as fast as we can, without chaos, move towards a very different, build on the progress we have made. We have made some in it's through going to agricultural college or access to land in one way or another. I'm very impressed by what the sugar industry has done. They put enormous resources into this until government policy changed. They set up a special institution to help identify those people who wanted to farm. People could come. They could go through various workshops, and then they were helped to identify land, and then the local farming community would help them as they started off and do, they were part of the farming community, and a lot of them have succeeded. Large numbers, 20,000. So I think you've got to think about this in terms of the realities of agriculture and the realities of urbanization, and then understand that if you touch the Constitution, even to restate what's already there and make it stronger. Well, first, I don't think you'd get it through Parliament, but that's another matter. But you make everybody investors who have to risk other people's money get very nervous. Why should I do this? If you do it once, maybe next year you'll do it again and more seriously. you touch property rights in one sector of the economy, and it's not clear because property can be defined much more broadly. It is at the moment than just agricultural land. It will affect urban investment in the cities which we desperately need, and it will affect rural investment, and it will set up a chain reaction of nervousness at a time when South Africa is desperate for increased investment. And property rights is fundamental to the kind of economy that we have. So I can't deal with all the issues. But I am saying that the whole purpose of the government's redistribution policy is to redistribute land for people who want to be farmers. So I'm trying to answer your question. If you're interested. The whole purpose is to try and redistribute land, which is different from restitution, which is about redress. And to my mind, if people want to take money, it was a very bad decision to say you can't anymore, because they're the better judges of what's best for them than I a it's a lot more than economics, and for many families who lost their land were pushed off their land, were treated abominably. I'm trying and understand the emotions that this must give rise to. But I think for me, we're no longer in the 19th or the 20th century. Land I understand that. I hear you. But if you're looking at the whole country and how we move forward, and how we're going to create jobs for millions and millions of people, and how we deal with this wound, I think you have to think we all, South Africans, have to think hard about. We are 70% urbanized. The land is about 10% of the value of a commercial farm. So, if a young person came to me today and said, what should I do with the rest of my life? I'm sure most of you wouldn't say, gee, you need a piece of land somewhere in rural South Africa, and that will set you up for the rest of your career. So what I'm trying to say, I'm not being facetious, I'm trying to say we live in a different world I was trying to do that, Mr. Chairman, but I think there are a number of questions that have come out. I am saying property rights affect the will affect the entire economy if we undermine them in any way at all, not just agriculture. Secondly, I'm saying South Africa must deal with the wound. We must deal with redress. But if you do this on a mass expropriation basis, I think you will create chaos. What the Constitution does is that it allows for individual judicial and legal supervision of land redress and the circumstances that people history and they face, and that's the best way to prevent chaos. We also need to be very clear as to how many people want to farm, and would they prefer urban land and security or rural land? And I think we need to know more than we do. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thank you for your contribution. honor in this session. Of course, it was not as easy as we anticipated. But thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of this session. What is left is for us to meet as from next week to maybe receive a comprehensive report on the processes that have ensued and to engage. And that will be the time for the debate. It was very unfortunate that at times it seems as if we were debating with the presenters. And those who were touched receive our apologies from Parliament. Thank you very much. The session. Oh.
Yes. No, sorry. Sorry to bother you. Just before we adjourn, do we have any progress with regard to the report, with regard to this written submissions? You remember the last time we spoke, we sent the people back basically and to say go and have a re-look, but I haven't received anything yet, so I don't know where that is. That will be helpful before we start with the interactions. So I'm just wanted to put that point.
Okay. What I'm thinking is as we meet next week, the report that we get I believe members have been to that area to go and apply their minds. You're still busy, né? Okay. Please do that. This session is